Do you need that for Jackie to do introductions?
It's part of the,
Okay.
it's going, you can go.
Okay, Jackie, if you want to do your introductions?
Just here to introduce, we have Whitney Wilson as a care coordinator and Napoleon.
Welcome to the county.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll go ahead and start the public comment. And I believe it's Alan Blooddahl? Please come forward. You state your name.
I'm Alan Lysdahl. I'm from Wadena, Minnesota. I'm going to let you in on something that's not only going to help Todd County government, the citizens of Todd County, but also the whole state of Minnesota. Last March, I learned of an event down at the Capitol called Trappers Day at the Capitol. And I thought that I'm a trapper, I'll go down and show my support. But in the meantime, I started thinking about what's really needed in the state of Minnesota. And I thought that my vote, after I cast it, that my representative gets to the cities, is being debased by the majority. So I started thinking, what can we do to make it better for Minnesota? And I went back to our founding fathers, and I looked at why did they have a bicameral legislature? And when I read their reasons for it, it was just pure genius. They had proportional representation in the House, but equal representation in the Senate. So then I looked at how the legislature in Minnesota is set up. And yes, the House of Representatives is based on proportional representation, but so is the Senate. So it's majority rule. And as we saw in this last legislative session, the majority very much oppressed the minority. So how can we change that? And I thought, well, why don't we apportion our Senate towards one senator per county? Because right now, the concentration of authority is very heavy weighted towards the Twin Cities area where all the population is. But out here in rural Minnesota, our representation is very diluted. So if we had one county and one senator, that would put Todd County on the same level as Hennepin County, where right now Hennepin County has 15 senators. Ramsey County has 8. That's 23 out of 67 senators in 2 counties right now. So if we could reapportion, reconfigure the Senate towards one county, one senator, and the authority will be distributed spatially throughout the whole state, giving everybody equal representation. I've talked to Mike Weiner and other legislators about this, and Mike is here, and he's going to say a few words on what's going on legislatively about this. But for now, I'm not asking anything from you, other than when you talk to your colleagues in other counties and your constituents, don't just be someone looking for consensus, but be a molder of consensus for better government for the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next one I have on the list is Vicki Thompson.
Thank you for having us here today.
Welcome.
My name is Vicki Thompson. I'm from Wadena County. I'm a wife, a mother, grandma, former business owner in Wadena for 22 years, and currently am a farm wife and work at a local school as food director. I love my state of Minnesota, and I'm here with my concern about the greatest privilege we have in this country, the right to vote. Whether I'm at work, a coffee shop, parade, or with friends and family, talking to people about voting, I hear the same thing over and over. My vote does not matter. The metropolitan area runs this state. So I would like to present the following information on our one county, one senator. The problem with the state government is that representation is greatly concentrated in some areas and severely diluted in others. The makeup of the Minnesota legislature is such that the numbers of members of both houses are based on proportional representation, making the Senate and the House redundant extensions of each other. And that makes it strictly majority rule. Pure majority rule is like a lynch mob where the majority gets its way, and it does not fare well for the minority. It's like two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for lunch. Equal representation in the Senate would protect the rights of the minority, and that representation must be distributed throughout the whole state so that the values of all will be accurately represented. One county, one senator will ensure the Minnesota legislature will be a proper reflection of society. With the legislature reconfigured this way, all bills will have to be passed by the majority of the people in the House and by the majority of the counties in the Senate. One county, one senator will prevent gerrymandering and the delineation of Senate districts. Every human exercise of power must be restrained by reason, and there must be provisions in our Constitution to do that. With the current makeup of our legislature, there is no restraint on the majority. One county, one senator will provide reasonable restraint on the majority of the legislature that will make it more palatable for the citizens to consent to be governed. When one county, one senator amendment becomes part of the Constitution, all counties will have the same effect as Hennepin or Ramsey County in the Senate. One county, one senator will provide the hope and encouragement needed for us all to once again be proud to be Minnesotans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jackie. It's just,
Staff introductions.
Okay.
I just walked in so they can get back to work.
absolutely. Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Breezy, one of the child services supervisors. So I have Taylor, she's our new case aide. Teresa is our case manager for child protection, and then Hallie's one of our investigators.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Mikey.
Well, thanks for having me this morning. When Mr. Lysdahl brought the idea to my attention, I was intrigued. And there's many things that come with this position where you ask the question, why? Why do we do it this way? Why has it been done this way? And when the state was first formed, it was viewed as a different time, in a different environment. And the concentration of population probably wasn't taken into effect. But we see in state after state now how even in Minnesota here, there was talk about splitting to South Dakota. Right now in Oregon, or Utah, I'm trying to remember which state it was, is actually looking at splitting 7 counties off, because what's happening is that population density is controlling government. Our founding fathers were genius. When they set up the federal government, and it was based on population for the House, but the Senate was 2 senators per state. That gave small states with lower population just as much voice. This 1 senator, 1 county idea is the same thing. So instead of the concentration, or as it was talked about, the 2 counties in the metro controlling the state, it would give just as much voice to St. Louis County, Roseau County, Todd County. Right now, our senators are split up. I believe Senator Utke for this area has 7 different counties in his area. To effectively govern for each of those is difficult. This would take a constitutional amendment. I understand it's a long process, but the conversation needs to start because the voice of greater Minnesota is getting trampled on by the majority in the metro. And that's the idea behind it. The bill is in the process right now of being drafted. It's going through research. It will be presented hopefully next year, if all goes well, but it does take time to do this. A constitutional amendment is something that isn't taken lightly. But it, like I said, it would definitely change the way governing is done in the state of Minnesota and give a voice to all citizens, all areas, rather than just specific parts of the state. So I thank Vicky and Alan for bringing this idea forward and presenting it. If there are concerns, questions, comments, please contact myself or either one of these, because we would like to know how it's gonna negatively affect areas just as well. So with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Next, we have Greg.
Good morning. I'm Greg Warner. I'm a landowner on part of County Ditch 42. 2 years. That's the amount of time we've been discussing County Ditch 42. So what's happened in the last 2 years? There's been a lot of talk about the collapse of the tile system, flooding, flooded feedlots, submerged driveways, the county road being taken over by water. What's actually happened is the water's still flowing through the tile system. Something that hasn't happened in 2 years. There hasn't been any more sinkholes reported. At the last landowners meeting, the renter and the operator for Durheim's property said that they put dirt in that sinkhole, and in the spring they checked it, and there was no difference. One of the other landowners also said it was now just a slight depression. Morris stated that the reason that they needed the tile repaired was so his driveway wouldn't flood. In fact, at the end of his driveway before it connects to County Road 255, there's a culvert underneath there. This is the lowest point of elevation on the lake, is in that northwest corner. So in the case of any high water, that's where the water would flow. This was the natural flow of the water before the tile system was installed. A tile system which was supposed to drain the lake so it could be tilled and planted, which never happened. If we move forward with this costly decision to repair the tile system, there's a couple of items on the AgTech's bid I think we need to address. Electrical repair, $800. This is for the disconnecting and reconnecting of the irrigation system. An irrigation system that wasn't in place when the tile system was installed. None of the landowners on the assessment roll had a say on whether this irrigation system was installed. This should be the sole responsibility of that landowner that installed the irrigation system. Erosion control fabric, $350. At the April 23rd landowners meeting, the person who owns the property where that irrigation system is causing the erosion on that outlet to Felix Lake said it's just the sheer volume of water and the frequency that's hitting it. It's causing erosion even though there's already erosion control fabric in place. Also on the bid, there's a section titled, "These additional costs may apply." It lists 3 items: road crossing, general utility crossing, and major utility crossing. I would hope that AgTech would not label a trail out to the center pivot as a road crossing and charge us another $1,500. I also would hope that the power for the irrigation system would not be viewed as a general utility crossing and add another $1,000 to the cost. The cost of this repair, in my opinion, exceeds the amount of benefit in this section of ditch. If we spread it out over 10 years, it looks like it might be possible for many to afford this. But what if in that 10-year period, it's deemed that the open part of the ditch, the part that actually provides some benefit, needs a repair, and we have to add another $40,000, $50,000 or more to this? I think that financial burden could cause a worst-case scenario. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Denise, I have one more on the comment. It's a Lisa. Is Lisa here?
Lisa Murphy.
Lisa Murphy? I wonder if she left already with the other group. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Good morning, and welcome to the Todd County Board of Commissioners regular board meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. The time is 9 a.m. All commissioners are present, along with the auditor, treasurer, and the coordinator. We will now stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, we're going to change up a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and do the recognition of the employees. Jackie?
Yes, okay. So today we gather to honor some remarkable individuals for their dedicated service to Todd County. And as I say your name and years of service, we'd like you to approach. Oh, thank you. We'd like you to approach
That one's worse.
Commissioner Becker. Okay. Push it away. I speak too loud, sorry. Big mouth. Okay, so we'd like you to come up, and we have an award for you from Commissioner Becker. All right, we're going to start with Dixie Allen. 25 years, Dixie. Congratulations. Have them on the yeah.
Where are they?
Should be in a folder there, Barb, on your desk. You've got a lot, so. I think they're there.
No, I see no phone.
Don't see them? Okay, sorry. Oh, my goodness. Okay, just one moment. We'll give those in a moment, and we're gonna have everybody come up for a picture too. So come on up, Dixie. And then keep going.
You can just line up in front of the.
Yes, okay. Okay, Ronald Hibbs, 20 years. Congrats. Aaron Gould, 5 years. Aaron, okay. Leanne, 25 years. Catherine McIndans, 15 years. Hawk, 10 years. Paul Parrish, 5 years. Okay. Teresa Sorensen, 15 years. And Barbara Becker, 10 years.
Shake her own hand.
Yeah, so we could get a picture. We want to thank all of you for your hard work and dedication. Each of you has played a crucial role in making Todd County a better place. And your hard work, dedication, and passion are the foundation of our community's success. So on behalf of everyone in Todd County, I extend our deepest gratitude and congratulations to all of you. Oh, we found our certificates. Okay, wonderful.
Sit up there, I mean. Do you want to sit up there? I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Becker?
Oh.
Oh, can we sit up there? Slide some chairs around, man.
Are we in the middle?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, you're good. I just don't like the. Ready?
Don't put me over there.
There we go.
That's not yours.
For a few of us.
Barb. I had to move it, it would have covered her up.
Well, yeah.
That was your folder.
Yeah, it's cracky. Oh, man, what a morning.
One of those days.
Okay,
Pardon?
so then we will go into the meeting, and I will ask for if there are any amendments to the agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will be adding 4.7 to the consent items, and that is to add a resignation. And then if you go down to 11.2, we'll be adding an MOA Sheriff's Department, Brittany Hendricks for task force assignment.
Okay, are there any other amendments to the agenda? If not, I'd ask for a motion,
So moved.
approval.
Yep.
Motion by Nazca. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. And then we'll go into the consent items, Denise.
Today I have meeting minute approval for June 17th and 18th for 2024. Hire Laura Bundy, full-time road deputy, start date to be determined. A seasonal hire for solid waste, Nathan Ruda, start date to be determined. Hire WIC coordinator, Angela Schleicher. And then we have a gambling permit for NWTF Stratton Blackbirds. The event will be held August 23rd, 2024. Long Prairie Lions is asking for a one-day temporary on-sale liquor license. And then our added 4.7 amend to add the resignation.
Okay, hearing the consent items, is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Byers, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
First item I have today under the auditor treasurer's category would be auditor warrants. Background is sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the June 24 auditor warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $2,479,057.89.
Okay, do I have a motion for the auditor warrants?
So moved.
Motion by Denny, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Nazca. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call?
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Nazca?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item we would have then is the commissioner warrants. Again, background is sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the commissioner warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $114,857.73.
Okay, I'd ask for a motion for the commissioner warrants.
Yep.
Motion by Byers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Nazca. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call?
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
Commissioner Nazca?
Yes.
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
The next item would be the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants. Background is sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service Commissioner's warrant with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $164,380.95.
Okay, do I have a motion for the Health and Human Services warrants?
So moved.
Motion by Newman, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Byers. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call?
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Nazca?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Becker.
Yes.
I just wanted you to do it twice. Thank you. The next item I have would be the Health and Human Service warrant, SSIS warrants. Recommendation, background is sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants with an ACH and a regular payment totaling in the amount of $14,198.30.
Do I have a motion for the Human Services SSIS warrants?
So moved.
Motion by Denny, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call?
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
Commissioner Nazca?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Next item I have then is a resolution to designation of education, identity, and access management system. And this is a whole lot of stuff from the state. Todd County is required to annually designate a person that is authorized on behalf of the county to access education, identifying, and access management system to serve as the county's identified official with authority acronym Iowa, for the purpose of reviewing and certifying required reports to the Minnesota Department of Education. Historically, the Todd County Auditor Treasurer has completed these report requirements for Todd County and has been expressed readiness to continue serving Todd County in this role. Options are to adopt the attached resolution for the designation or do not. The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution for designation to the Education Identity and Access Management System. I just found out about this at conference, to actually tell you the truth. July 15th will be our first school report that has to be submitted. They used to be submitted just through MDE and a normal reporting system, but for some reason, we have to enroll in this advanced Iowa identity. I think it probably has to do with securities. I'm not sure. We were just told at conference last Tuesday to get these in because my first reporting has to be the 15th of July, and I have to use the system.
Okay.
So we have to have a designation. One of the mandates from the state. Apologize that there wasn't any more education on this, but it's just a new program that they're entering us into.
Okay, I would ask for a motion for the delegation to Education Identify and Access Management System.
Yes, so moved.
Motion by Byers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion?
We had a little discussion.
Yeah.
It says budgeted, yes. Is this budgeted?
Well, if it would be a cost, it would be under mine. There isn't a cost. It's the
There's no
state.
cost.
No.
Okay, all right.
I think it's just an automatic.
All right, got it.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
The last item I have then is the removing of a fence at Battle Point Park. The Sauk River Watershed District contract has expired on 6/1/2024, which controlled the shoreline status at Todd County's Battle Point Park. The Parks and Trails Board is recommending the cleaning of noxious weeds, removing hazardous trees, and removing the fence. The fence will be repurposed to a different location on the park's property. Recommendation is to approve the Park Board's recommendation to clean the shoreline of noxious weeds, removal of hazardous trees, and removing with the intent to repurpose the existing fence at Battle Point Park.
Okay, I will ask for a motion for the removing of the fence and the cleaning of the shoreline
So
at
moved.
Battle Point Park.
Yep, I'll make that
Yep.
motion.
Motion by Noska. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion. I think last week, was the last week when we all went out, Wednesday, I believe, and went to the park board meeting and were able to see it firsthand and recognize the need for being able to do that. And I don't know, Commissioner Newman, if you have more.
Well, it's gonna open about 600 feet of lakeshore up to swimmers. Right now, we have 20-foot area of beach. So coming up with the 4th of July, you get one family in 20 feet of beach. It's pretty much full. So we're gonna open that back up and let the public enjoy the park that they own, so.
Okay, any other comments? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed and carries. Okay, I believe next is our audit report. Good morning, Doug.
Couple hours?
15 minutes.
As long as it's good news.
15 minutes.
Yeah,
It's bad news?
yeah.
All right. Well, hearing the announcements or the recognitions of some staff for the county that have been here for a while got me to thinking, and I'd like to announce that this is the 21st year that I've been able to work with Todd County as your external auditor. And they've been 21 great, my math's not so good, but they've been 21 great years, I think. So, as in previous years, I'll just walk through a PowerPoint that we put together, hitting the high points on the audit. And on page 1 is just an agenda. I'll give a brief introduction and go over some required communications that the Auditing Standards Board requires us to do. Go over the results of our testing of the county's internal controls in Minnesota legal compliance. Look at the financial results for the year, which is something I'm sure you all are interested in. And then I'll wrap it up. So with that, we can go to page 4. One thing I'd like to point out, previous years when I've come to the board, all the Ts were crossed and Is were dotted and your final report was issued. That's not quite the case this year. We ended up with a number of temporary leaves, maternity leaves, which kind of cut into or spread my time a little bit thin. So it's very close to being issued. So this is, actually the PowerPoint is unaudited as well. But yeah, just based on some staffing on our side, the audit isn't officially issued yet. So next year we'll get back on track to getting the audit completed much earlier. That's the plan. So as far as required communications, the Auditing Standards Board requires us to communicate certain things to you, and that will be done via a 4-page letter. It's all boilerplate, and I'll just touch on the high points here today. And excuse me, one is that after all the testing of your financial statements, we're issuing a clean opinion, or we will be issuing a clean opinion on your report. We didn't have any difficulties in performing the audit or any disagreements with management on accounting issues. And honestly, the county staff, I know I've mentioned this probably 21 years in a row, but the situation continues, and that's the county staff were great to work with. They really stepped up their game this year. There's some staff that were filling new roles, and overall, it went very well. So thank you to the staff, and we couldn't get the audit done without a big commitment from the county staff. On page 6, the audit standards require us to do certain communications to the board, and there's 3 items I'm required to communicate. They're the same as last year. They're also the same 3 that just about all counties in Minnesota receive. But there are some departments that the county has where full segregation of the accounting functions is not in place. But for the main centralized receipt and disbursement process, there's a lot of controls there. But when you have departments spread around, sometimes they don't have enough people to fully segregate the accounting functions. We did have a few audit adjustments, but it was just a few. There was one audit of a city that I worked on where we had over 180 audit adjustments. It was, in that example, I think just about every number on the financial statements that city had needed to be adjusted. So that is not the case here. There's just a few tweaks that we had to do. And the third item, it relates to controls over financial reporting. About 7 or 8 years ago, there was a new auditing standard that said if your auditor helps with putting your 120-page financial statement together, we're required to communicate that to the board. And really, it's just a clerical process. We have a software that actually automates it to be very efficient. So we're just required to communicate that to you. There's another category of internal control reporting called significant deficiencies. And I'm happy to report there were none this year, and there were no significant deficiencies reported last year either. So big thumbs up for Todd County on that. Now, when we do an audit, we test financials, we test controls, and the state auditor's office also requires us to test the county's compliance with various state statutes. And there were 3 items we're required to communicate. One deals with ditches, and some individual ditches have cash deficit balances as of the end of the year. Well, I know how ditches work. The work gets done, the property owners get assessed, and then they can pay it over 10 years, typically, right? When that happens, the end result is those individual ditches are gonna have a deficit until all the special assessments are collected. So for counties that have ditches, this is also a very common item that gets reported. There's one item, summarizes publishing of disbursements. Statutes require the publishing of actual vendors, and when you use a credit card company, yep, that's who the check gets sent out to, but the statutes in the state auditor's office have said, well, you really should present all the underlying vendors. And I know that can be a bit of a hassle and costly situation. So many counties have done a cost benefit analysis on this situation and just said, you know, the cost benefit's just not there. But we're required to communicate it to you. In the third item, there's a statute that requires broker certifications when the county has investments. And that's a bit of a new concept for Todd County to be a little more diversified in the investments. I'll touch on the results of that in a little bit, but it's an annual requirement instead of just a one-time thing, and I believe it's already been obtained for this coming year.
Yes, it has.
So, but for 23, we had to report it. We also get to test the county's controls and compliance over some federal grants that the county receives. And this year we tested medical assistance and state and local fiscal recovery fund money. There was some of the larger expenditures of federal dollars on that program this year. And I'm happy to report there are no findings. The internal controls were in place and operating as designed. There's a lot of different compliance requirements that we have to test as well. And all the tests passed. So that kind of follows last year's audit where there were also no single audit findings, and that shouldn't be overlooked because we audit, I don't know, I think it's 34 counties right now. And to have none, especially like 2 years in a row, and it may go back even farther than that, but that's pretty good. There's one county we audited recently where they had 10 different internal control weaknesses and compliance items, and they didn't get a clean opinion on their federal grants. So this is an important thing. I think when you do have lots of findings, I think the state gets really interested in following up with you and the feds as well. So I'd say good news for Todd County in that we did our testing and all the T's were crossed and I's were dotted. Any questions on those items so far? Otherwise, we'll switch gears to how the county did financially. All right, page 13. One of my favorite graphs and charts ever is looking at how much reserves our clients have. And in this one, you can see the number of months of reserves that Todd County has across all its governmental funds combined. General fund, road and bridge, human services, community health, debt service, capital projects. And as you can see at the end of the year, countywide, the county had about 9.29 months of expenditures. That's basically your reserves, and like the state auditor's office and various national organizations, they hold a lot more weight than I do, but I kind of agree with the recommendation is to have no less than 5 months. You're above the no less factor. But that recommendation generally only refers to like the general fund, road and bridge, social services, community health. It excludes the debt service fund. Well, it's important that you have enough money to be able to make your debt service payments as well. So that's why we kind of consolidate it. And maybe when you do consolidate it, maybe that recommended minimum should be a little higher as well, because there's other things. And capital projects are excluded. If you have some plans for capital projects coming up and you're able to use some existing fund balance, that can be beneficial as well. So there's another way to look at these reserves, and that's based on a percentage of revenues. And over the last 5 years, you've been at between 44 and 69% of the year's revenues. And 2023 was actually 69%. So, you know, if there's just one word to describe the overall county fund balance levels, I'd say it's healthy. If you go to issue bonds, the rating agencies, they're looking at the amount of reserves you have. If you were sitting at only 2 or 3 months of reserves, when it comes to figuring out what interest rate you might have to pay if you're borrowing debt, I can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure it would be less than an entity that has healthy fund balance levels, which is where Todd County is. So for the year, expenditures were up about 3.2 million. I'll get into sort of more of the specifics there in a second, but all in all, county financially, I would say is stable. So on page 14, we look at where the county is getting its revenues from, and you can see about 40 of the $47 million come from intergovernmental revenues, taxes, and special assessments. And I'll just touch on a few highlights here. The taxes and special assessments was only up about $35,000. At the beginning of the audit, we had a planning meeting amongst our team. We're like, well, what do we expect revenues to be? Well, one of the biggest revenues was taxes. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you increased the levy from 22 to 23, or if it did, it was very minor. Does that sound about right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the biggest increase was in intergovernmental revenues. That's grants and the county program aid and shared revenues. And the county had a 1.6 million increase in county program aid from 22 to 23. And there is also 1.2 million of those state and local fiscal recovery dollars that were recognized as revenue. You'd received it before, but started spending it, so then it flows through the revenue. So that accounts for the biggest increase in revenues. The charges for services decreased about 900,000. Well, in 22, the county had a joint project with Wadena County, and the decrease is due to no similar projects in 23, because when Wadena County in 22 was reimbursing you, well, that flowed through revenues. So that accounts for that decrease. And the interest on investments is up about $1 million. And that's due to a little bit of a change in the investment policy and philosophy at the county, diversifying a little bit more of the portfolio, getting more involved in some investments as opposed to more the money sitting in savings accounts. The investments are performing better than, you know, money sitting in a savings account, and ultimately there's some fluctuation in market values of the investments, which is reflected in that 1.2 million. So from a revenue side, overall it was up about 4.5 million. On the expenditure side, a couple areas with the biggest increases were general government, and they increased about 2.2 million. Yeah, and a big chunk of that was the Justice Center roof project. It flows through that line item. And then the human services area was up about 1.1 million. And when we were doing our testing, there wasn't really just one big item that jumped out, like for general government and the Justice Center roof project. But what we've seen in all the counties we audit is it's kind of across the board a little bit bigger demand for the human services. So it was just kind of a lot of areas with smaller increases. So overall, expenditures were up 3.2 million. So that's at a a very high level as to how the county did financially. The next pages will look at the larger funds, like the general fund is on page 16. For the year, the revenues were up about 3.2 million and expenditures were up about 2.3 million. There was a $1.2 million transfer in to the general fund, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it's for. I don't know, Denise, if you can remember. But I think there is 1.2 million, maybe, I can't remember from which fund. But ultimately,
Oh,
yeah, there we
I thought we
go.
were done with that, but you're right, they paid it
That
off.
one, now you're done with
They paid
it.
it
Yeah.
off.
Yep, very good. But general fund has about 14 months of reserves. All right, that's above the recommended minimum. But since the general fund is your main operating fund, you know, if some of the other funds end up being a bit short, the general fund will end up covering it. So all in all, general fund is in good shape. I do think there's some unspent grant money in there, some ARPA money in there yet, that is probably going to cut into that in the future, would be my best guess at this point. The Public Works Fund, expenditures exceeded revenues by 1.4 million. I mentioned earlier, well, no, that was county programming, that was in the general fund. But ultimately, the revenues were up about 400,000, expenditures down about 600,000. But I've been doing this for 32 years, and the Road and Bridge Fund is like a roller coaster, just because you never know if you're gonna be granted those federal dollars, or if the highway user tax allocations to the counties is gonna fluctuate, or how much the county might get. So at the end of the year, there's about 6 months of reserves in the Road and Bridge Fund, so that's solid. Page 18, the Social Services Fund, the revenues have exceeded expenditures for each of the last 5 years. And it ended the year with basically 5 months of reserves, which is right at the recommended minimum. It's down a little bit, about 1.5 months from the prior year, but when we do that calculation of the number of months, the primary driver is the current year expenditures. And since we just touched on, you know, they increased about 1.2 million, we kind of expected those reserves to drop a little bit. But still at a good solid factor, I'd say. The Community Health Fund, the expenditures were up about 13,000 and expenditures up about 38,000. It ended the year with 9.4 months of expenditures. Again, very solid reserves. The county does have an enterprise fund as well for solid waste, and over the last 5 years, its financial position has increased, and for the current year, it was up about 400,000, or it was up 400,000. It's got a little over 8 months of reserves. The accounting in the solid waste fund is more like public businesses. It uses this full accrual accounting instead of modified accrual accounting, which is what all your other funds report on. But yeah, trying to think back. Yeah, all in all, it's sitting pretty good as well. So financially, I would say there's a lot of good news there. You do have some reserves, and I think I've told this story, so, but there may be some new people on the board, I think. There was one city I audited that had really solid fund balance levels, reserves, right? And there was a new council came in, and they, as a group, decided to start using some of those reserves. And they did that on projects that were not one-time projects. They were projects that the city was gonna have to pay for year after year after year after year. And long story short, within about 18 to 24 months, they went from sitting really, really good to having a hard time having enough money on hand for payroll. And I don't know, you're about to get into budgeting season, and there'll be a lot of hard decisions, but I would just say keep that story in mind, because I've done this for 32 years. I've never seen an entity just have all their reserves almost like evaporate in that short of time. So with that, I'll summarize it. General fund's fund balance is strong. Community health fund and public works are stable. Social services is also stable. It's about $20 short of having the recommended minimum of 5 months. So that, I would say that's on target. Solid waste fund operations, the revenues again exceeded expenses. So I'd say that's on solid footing. Just an overall reminder, it's kind of something we have to communicate, is to, keep the segregation of duties situation in mind. And the last item I have is the first year I audited the county, the new Governmental Accounting Standards Board, that's what GASB stands for, at that time was GASB number 34. And this year the county implemented GASB 96. So again, double check my math, but that feels like over those 21 years, 62. See, I got to double check. 62 new accounting standards have been implemented by the county over that time. So that's about 3 a year. And when those things happen, every one requires additional time and effort from county staff to pull the information together. This one related to subscription-based information technology agreements. And I can't remember how many in total the county initially identified, and they had to go through all these hoops. And then we come in and audit them. And then we start just kicking them out. Yep, this one doesn't apply. And there's no way to know until we come in and audit. So in the end, we went through all that work, and thank you so much for doing that. But it was immaterial, so it didn't even need to be reported. So there's 2 new ones for next year, so that'll be fun. With that, that's all I got. And I got time for questions, but again, I just want to thank everybody for allowing CLA and me to serve you.
Okay, questions? Commissioners, questions?
I might have one. The material weakness.
Yes.
I've noticed that with other boards that I sit on, when we get audited, that seems to pop up a lot. So it pretty much is consistent, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I really should calculate the stats, but yeah, just my gut feeling, I would say, okay, the metro counties, they may have more staff available. They maybe don't get some of those. But yeah, 85% of all counties probably get those exact same 3. And the ones that don't are the bigger ones. But even some of the larger ones, as far as that clerical help that we provide, even some of the larger counties, metro counties, they still have us do it, because it does ultimately save time for the staff. We have a super efficient process, and there's one metro county that I audit that for the first 18 years, they drafted their own, and they didn't get that. And they had some turnover, so they actually hired us to do it for 1 year. And then after that, they're like, why did we wait so long to do this? Because it saved the internal staff. Like, I never got the final hours commitment, but it was huge. That was saved where they could focus on more valuable type tasks. As not that the audit isn't valuable, I shouldn't say that, but it just, they're just required communications. And okay.
Any further
Madam
questions?
Chair, I'll make 2 comments, thanking my staff for the extreme work they did on this. I realize that every department contributes this, but what people don't realize is we oversee all those department numbers, so it's not just one department's numbers. The staff that puts this together for Clifton Larson Allen is looking at all the numbers. And then the one comment on the finding on the treasurer's bills, I'll take that onus because I made you guys $1 million on that. And all I didn't get was, we did all
One
the
sheet of paper.
paperwork, but the annual, he has to send me an annual broker's report, and he didn't do that, my broker. So I'll take the $1 million
And it
interest
gained-
earned
Yeah,
And it won't be there
first.
next year.
Yeah, and I already have it for the upcoming
Yeah.
one, so
okay,
I take that one, but
yeah.
we're happy the money that we're making, because that money's not going to be there. We know already, we're hearing from our investors that rates are going to be dropping, so I'm glad that we were able to
Invest in
reap
it
the
when we
rewards
could.
during the time we could,
Yeah.
because we're gonna hit hard times eventually again, and it's good to have those reserves. And thank you, Doug, and your team. You had a tough year with maternity leaves and interns, and
Yeah.
so,
You
thank you.
gave me a gray hair.
And I think this kudos to the whole county, to every department within the county, because without you guys, when we start doing budgets, I mean, you're the ones that come forward and sharpen the pencils that we can get this done, so thank you to all the departments. And
Absolutely.
especially your staff too, that do the final working on it, but. So Denise, we do not need a motion on this, this
Nope,
is
this
just
is
a
just
presentation today until we get
Correct.
the final one.
Yep. If I could add one last piece, though, we did have some new staff and some new experienced staff that hadn't worked on Todd County before.
Yeah.
And they really enjoy it, and that's a testament to everybody here. You may
Doug, I
not
might-
believe this, but yeah, some audits, I won't say we have to beg certain staff to go back on them the next year, but that's not the case here, because everybody really enjoys working with the county. So, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
All right.
Yep, thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
And just one other note for you, the board and the department heads. I will be getting this data to the department heads.
Yeah.
He didn't have it prepared for today, he just brought it for you guys, so
Okay,
you'll be getting that.
okay. Next, we'll do Public Works.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, Lauren.
Morning.
One type this morning for Public Works is the similar item we had at the last board meeting at the work session to discuss the authorization to advertise for a temporary senior engineering technician. I'll quickly summarize the background. On 5/21/2024, the county board awarded a construction contract to Redstone Construction for the construction of a bridge in County Road 14 just east of the city of Barberville. As part of this project, we received state bond funds to deliver this project. As part of those bond funds, we're required to have a engineering technician that's certified in bridge construction. Since the retirement of Carl Pung earlier this year, we no longer have that position or that certification on staff. So we're looking to fill a temporary engineering technician position with this certification. Therefore, options are to authorize the public advertisement to fill a temporary senior engineering technician position for the CASA 14 Bridge project, or do not authorize the public advertisement at this time. And a recommendation is to authorize the public advertisement to fill a temporary senior engineering technician position for the CASA 14 Bridge project.
Okay, I would ask for a motion to advertise for temporary senior engineering technician.
So moved.
Motion by Byers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Nazca. Discussion. And I think you brought this up. We've had that discussion earlier.
Yep.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And it carries.
All right, thank you.
Lauren.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Lauren.
Lauren.
Nancy?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We've got 2 agenda items today. The first one is the County Ditch 4 hold harmless agreement for ditch maintenance. Recommendation is the Todd County Board of Commissioners approves the following by motion. Acting as ditch authority approves a hold harmless agreement petition from Justin Johnson to clean approximately 2,635 feet of the middle branch of County Ditch 4 that is located on the Chmielewski parcel 0700377700 in section 31 Eagle Valley Township. This maintenance will be done at Justin's own expense.
Okay, and you want to go through the pictures?
Yep.
or-
So that's where it's at. It's just north of County Road 84, and it's at about half a mile. And then just the picture of the ditch line is next one. And that's looking north off of County 84. There's not a whole lot of trees in this section because it is a pretty wet ditch. There's just a little bit of the brush you can see off in the distance there.
Must have been taken before all the rains, right?
It was taken actually right after.
It was, okay. Okay, I would ask for a motion for the whole harmless agreement for ditch 4.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Nazca, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Denny. Discussion?
He doesn't have a start and finish date on that, right, or just,
It's a year.
oh, 1 year,
And if
okay.
they don't finish it in a year, then they can come back to me before it expires and ask for an extension.
Okay, gotcha.
The wetland rules gives them 5 years.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And it carries.
All right, the next agenda item is County Ditch 42 tile repair.
And if I could make a comment, this is the one that we had tabled at an earlier meeting.
Correct.
And after visiting with our ditch attorney, that there was actually a time frame that we could put on to be able to bring this back to board.
Yep. So the background was sent for your review. The options are approve the tile repair, or do not approve the tile repair, and I'm gonna hold off on the recommendation until I go through my report again.
Okay.
So if you wanna scroll to the report, I'll just go over the new stuff that's in here. If you wanna keep scrolling down to page 3. It's on page 4.
Another one?
Yep. And this is all the same stuff that was on the last one. So on page 5, at the very bottom, the only new thing on here is what Commissioner Becker just mentioned, is that this was brought to the May 21st, 2024 board meeting for a decision, was tabled because a landowner decided she was going to submit a petition asking to have her parcel removed from the assessment roll. Deadline was given for the submittal of the petition, and then after more research, the landowner decided she was not going to submit the petition. And then on the next page, so some updates to the project. So more extensive erosion control is required by the Sauk River Watershed District. And Ag Tech Drainage is a tile company and doesn't do extensive erosion control. So I talked to another contractor about doing the erosion control. So Ag Tech updated their estimate to remove the erosion control fabric. And I got an estimate from Doug's Excavating to install the erosion control. The other change is Ag Tech Drainage. I talked to them about the warranty on their pipe, if it would be different if we did not do the televised inspection after, and they said there would be no change at all to their warranty if there was not an inspection done after the installation. So I'm recommending that we don't do the televised inspection, but instead put that money toward the erosion control. And the other change is the field that the tile crosses over did not get planted. So he will be planting a cover crop, so I'm recommending we reimburse for rent for 4.41 acres. Let me go through here. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to bring up, since it keeps getting mentioned, the end gun on the irrigator has been shut off since 2017. So that irrigator has not been shooting water on this Felix Lake outlet. Let's see. Okay, so for Ag Tech Drainage quote then, they took off the erosion control. It's $62,772.40. Doug's Excavating for erosion control, he bid on a 120 by a 200-foot area. If that whole entire area is not excavated, then of course he will charge less for the supplies that he actually uses. But his estimate is $3,950. Existing expenses as of 6/24. I did have to contact the attorney, and I had the attorney fees on there. It's $4,793.45. Rent reimbursement for 4.41 acres is $1,036.35. And so the total estimated cost is $72,552.20. And there will be additional ditch inspector hours accrued for the tile repair project as I'm out there. I would be out there supervising the project. And I did also include that new assessment spreadsheet for what that would look like for each property with that $72,552.20 estimate.
We have discussion, Madam Chair, before we vote?
Yeah, we will wait to see if Nancy,
Yeah.
Yep, that's all I have.
okay.
And I'll hold off reading the recommendation until we do the discussion.
Okay, my question is how far is this from the Sauk River? And why is the Sauk River coming in and saying we have to have erosion control when it's probably, what, 5 miles away, 6 miles away? And you're draining through so much frickin' grass and wetlands.
It is, they, on their rules, I guess it's anything within 500 feet of a wetland or a lake. And Felix Lake is at the outlet of this.
It just, for me, it doesn't make any sense. They're just adding on an expense that is really unnecessary.
Yeah. Fortunately, they accepted my erosion control plan and I didn't have to hire an engineer to draw one. And they also didn't charge us a permit fee.
Yeah. So it's just like, if the Sauk River watershed was in charge of this ditch right now,
I know.
you're looking at $500,000, 500,000, easy, easy. So this is getting by fairly reasonable.
Okay. You want to read in your,
Yep, so my recommendation, Todd County Board of Commissioners approves the following by motion. Acting as ditch authority, approve the updated ag tech drainage quote of $62,772.40 to replace the failing 24-inch tile line on County Ditch 42. As part of the tile repair project, also approve Doug Excavating's estimate for installing erosion control of $3,950. Rental reimbursement for parcels 2100-22801 and 2100-23600, which is 4.41 acres, and it's $1,036.35. There are also $4,793.45 of existing expenses that, when added into the project, bring the total estimated cost to $72,552.20. This total may differ slightly depending on final preparation expenses. And the financial implications is approximately $72,552.20, and the funding source is the County Ditch 42 assessment roll.
okay, should the budgeted be marked on there or not, or
Don't
how do
believe
we
so,
handle
Wait a minute,
that?
it's not a budgeted item because it's a special assessment. I
Is
mean,
it best, okay,
an assessment roll of ditches, so.
okay. With that, I would ask for a motion for County Ditch 42 tile repair.
Madam Chair, I will remove my commissioner hat, put my ditch authority hat on, and make a motion to move this
Okay, for approval?
for approval.
Okay, I have a motion by Newman for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Denny. Discussion.
Again, Madam Chair, my commissioner side of me is like, okay, we did a lot of hold harmless and had other people do it individually. With this one, we just gotta get it done. So going back with my ditch authority hat, I look at all the rules and regulations, and I have no control over that. I just gotta follow that procedure. And that's, my hands are tied with that. So.
Yeah, and I do agree with you, Randy, too. Your comment earlier, if this were run under a different entity, I mean, it would be costing hundreds of thousands rather than 72,000. The extra expenses, some of that is you're permitting through Sauk River
They
watershed.
actually, I had to do the erosion control plan, but they did not charge a
Well,
permit
but
fee.
it's your time doing the
Yes.
erosion control plan and things like that. So they still got us a little bit, but not as bad as they could have. They didn't charge us the fees, so at least they didn't do that. Yeah, you're right. We, as ditch authority, we need to get this done.
Okay, any further comment? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And it's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
Solid waste, Mike?
Morning, Mike.
Good morning. Board action form that I have in front of you today is just a south side structural repair to our last structural repair to the recycle facility itself. The structural repair improvements are needed to repair the damage to the southwest loading dock wall. This improvement is the last phase of our structural repair to the transfer station. We received 2 bids from area contractors to perform these repairs. Low bidder was K&G Construction of Briarville at a cost of $7,825. The second bid was from Miller Brothers Construction of Lone Prairie at a cost of $10,000. We did receive correspondence from 3 other contractors. They stated they were booked and would not be bidding the project. This repair was discussed among our solid waste committee. We do have some pictures if you wanted to take a look at them, but it's pretty straightforward. You just clean up on the south side next to our loading dock facility so we can go ahead and finish these repairs. We need to buy a bumper system for when the loading dock trucks back into, and these repairs need to be done before we can do that. So pretty straightforward. Our options are to approve the low bid to K&G Construction for the $7,825, or do not approve. It is our recommendation to award the bid to K&G Construction for the amount of $7,825. And it is a budgeted item.
I would like to, if there's a motion for the south side structural repair with KG Construction in the amount of $7,825.
So moved.
Motion by Byers, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny, discussion. Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks,
you.
Mike.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have one board action form here to present to you today for Office Support Specialist 1 to paraprofessional case aid position. Some background. At the Commissioners' Work Session on June 18, 2024, changing the current open Office Support Specialist 1 position to a paraprofessional case aid position to fit the current staffing needs in the Administrative Services Unit was discussed. This was an approximate $13,000 cost savings to the county based on the task assignments in the financial support work area, earning federal administrative revenue of 50% of the total salary fringe cost of the position. Your options are to approve the change of one Office Support Specialist 1 to a paraprofessional case aid position, or to not approve. It's our recommendation to approve the change of one Office Support Specialist 1 to a paraprofessional case aid position.
Okay, I'll ask for a motion to support a specialist 1 to a professional case aid position. That's a lot of words.
It is. Thank you.
I'll make the motion to approve the changing of the position.
Okay, a motion by Noska, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny, discussion. And I think we've had that discussion that it had to come to the board because this would be considered a new position.
Right.
Just taking one and putting it
Eliminating
over
the
to
other.
another
Right.
spot, so. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Administration.
Good morning. The first board action form I have is for our Sourcewell internship program. Background on this topic is Sourcewell provides funding to support student interns hired by the county. The program allows for financial support of $14 an hour, up to 640 hours for the duration of the internship.
Todd County has participated in the program in previous years. Departments are requesting to utilize this program again. The Personnel Committee supports this request for the departments requesting to take part in the program. For the purpose of the program, interns are considered county employees, and the county is responsible for applicable employer taxes, ESST, workers' compensation, etc. Options would be 1, approve participation for the year 2024 in Sourcewell's internship program for the departments requesting to participate, HHS, Solid Waste, and the County Attorney's Office. Option 2 would be do not approve. Recommendation would be to approve the participation for the year 2024 in Sourcewell's internship program for the departments requesting to participate.
Okay. Is there a motion for the Sourcewell intern program for Human Services, Solid Waste, and County Attorney?
I'll make a motion to approve the participation.
Okay, motion by Nazca. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Danny. Discussion?
May I ask, Madam
Yes.
Chair? So that intern is considered a county employee then, so they would be subject to the same county rules for,
That's correct. The same.
Yep. And that is in Sourcewell's internship agreement, that they have to be
whatever our
considered a
guidelines
county
are for
employee.
our employee conduct, behavior, hiring, firing, they would all be subject to those too.
Yep.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Then we've got the new one that was
Yep.
just added this
The
morning.
second board action I have is for the MOA between Todd County and the Law Enforcement Labor Services. Background on this board agenda or board action form is due to a promotion, the assignment of Regional Task Force Investigator has become open. Sheriff Allen would like to appoint Sergeant Hendricks to this assignment. Hendricks is choosing to voluntarily self-demote in order to qualify for the specialty assignment of Regional Task Force Investigator. Options would be approve attached resolution and MOA regarding the voluntary self-demotion of Hendricks, or do not approve. The recommendation would be to approve the attached resolution and MOA regarding the voluntary self-demotion of Hendricks.
Okay, I would ask for a motion for approval. And for the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I'm on the old. I just had the MOA attached.
For the law enforcement.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the self-demotion of Brittany Hendricks from sergeant to deputy sheriff.
No, to.
Yeah, so it'd be two deputy
Right,
sheriff,
yeah,
and then
into the.
Mike appoints her as.
Yeah, yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Motion by Nazca. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion? It's been a long time coming. With that, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And it carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we will go into closed session for department head performance evaluations. The commissioners will hold a closed session pursuant to Minnesota statute 13D.05, 3A, for the purpose of evaluating the performance of individuals subject to the board's authority. And we will go into closed session at 10:03. Thank you. Okay, and I believe we'll be doing this over here.
Okay.
So we're gonna do it. We ready? Okay, we are back from closed session, and at closed session, we had the department head evaluation, and everybody was satisfactory. Do I need a motion to open the meeting back? Okay, if I could have a
So
motion.
moved.
Second.
Motion by Byers, second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carried. So we're back open, and I believe we have the standing reports.
Standing report for Auditor Treasurer's offices, we've wrapped up some of the election training over the past couple weeks, and that went good, and we're ready to roll with elections. Ballots are here, people are absentee voting. I was gone to my conference last week. It was a really good conference, learned a lot from the legislative updates. As I spoke earlier, the tax forfeitures process with Tyler versus Hennepin still leads us down a dark and learning path. I also wanted to just kindly remind staff and department heads that all board agendas and work session items need to be scheduled through the clerk of the board, which is the Auditor Treasurer's office. Just a gentle reminder. Sometimes things get pushed off to other people and then it just makes a mess. And then we will be starting the budgeting process and start with department heads meeting on their budgets in the next couple weeks. So that's what I've got wrapped up.
Okay, county coordinator?
I attended a presentation by the Initiative Foundation regarding grants that they have available for nonprofits. I also participated in the biometric screening. I know with some other of our staff, and many of our employees participated in that, which is part of the wellness program. I've begun meeting with Adam in planning and zoning, and we're putting together a team and coming to work session to work on cannabis retail grower and processing ordinances for the county, so there'll be more to come on that. And finally, we did receive the Sourcewell Community Impact Grant in the amount of $50,000, which will provide equipment and furniture for Public Works, the Assessor's Office, MIS, Soil and Water, Planning and Zoning, and Administration. So it's really exciting that we received it. It's going to do a lot of great things for our departments.
Okay, thank you. County Commissioners, Randy, do you want to start?
Yeah, I had
Commissioner
a
Newman?
really light end of the month for June. I had a personnel committee meeting, so. Next month, though, it's gonna get a little wild with the finance and all that fun stuff, so. Anyways, it was nice to have just one meeting there, so. Personnel, thank you.
Commissioner Denny?
The only update I really have is that we were invited to the park board meeting, and
Forgot about that.
and that was good. I
Back to you,
appreciate Randy let us go there, but just to see talk through with the board members and talk about the vision and what their plans are to expand and how we can help, and that just kind of spitballed with more conversations about how we can expand more ideas throughout the county and where our strengths are and what we can do to make it more enjoyable for all the constituents around. And like Randy said, they are community owned, so we might as well make them the best we can for everybody to enjoy them. But that was the only additional one meeting I had besides my regular ones. But it was a good one. It's good for me to get down there, and it was ready to help them whichever way, shape, or form we can. So, thank you.
Commissioner Noska?
Yeah, for me, basically business as usual for meetings wise. Other than that, the fair seemed like a huge success. There was full grandstands for the grandstand event on Friday. The rodeo sounds like we'll be trying to put that back in again next year. It was nice to see all the people there, and then I was at Browerville days after that, and a lot of people came over after the rodeo and spent some money at the beer garden there. So it was great. Good to see all the people out and about spending money in the county.
Okay, Commissioner Byers?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Again, attended with the three other commissioners, the Parks and Trails meeting. It was great. I actually had, besides launching my boat at Battle Point, I've never really walked the ground and been up to
Oh, you went up the
Inspiration
hill?
Point or whatever they call it, Pikes Peak. So it was fun. It was good. I really enjoyed it, and it's going to be a great asset. I did have Wellness Committee also. The bad news on Wellness Committee is we did not get our Sourcewell $12,000 some in funding from them just because of lack of participation. So we're going to have to do a little more promoting, marketing, pushing on that, and and we will do that. We need to get that funding, so that's it for me.
Okay, and myself, we had the Board of Appeals or Adjustment, and all 5 commissioners were there too, so. And we had a policy on the 20th, and on the 24th, I was called in to sign the emergency letter for Mike, for Todd County, for townships, for the rain that had loss of roads and so forth for the rain. And then on the 25th, we had a personnel, on the 26th, we had the Battle Point Park meeting out there. 27th, I had Region 5, and that's where they were discussing the comp plans. And I know the city of Long Prairie is doing one right now, but they're falling behind, so we should get our name in for maybe next year. At least look into what they charge and so forth for a comp plan. And I was also able to attend the fair on Friday, visited with some 4-H'ers and so forth. Also went through the historical building, and I thought they had a very, very nice setup in the historical building also. And with that, I will recess the Board of Commissioners meeting until July 17th. And then we will go into a work session then. Guys need any time, or just, we gotta get Adam up
Get
here?
Adam up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was before I was ever here.
Hi, Adam.
Hi.
I need to get to the meeting.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, so we're back to continue our conversation about these, we refer to it as state permits, but I mean, I think we're really looking at any sort of permit from outside of the county to continue that discussion. Put some thoughts together and reached out to a couple counties and to Jason Kapushek to get his opinion. So here's what I put together to start the discussion. Commissioner Byers had mentioned kind of a pros and cons approach to this. Positive things in this process would be that it places the burden on the applicant to obtain those permits before the county even entertains that application.
Right.
And I think obviously the other positive thing and the whole intention of it is that this board can make decisions with the knowledge that all that additional permitting has been completed prior to a county decision, right? That's what the end goal, those are the positive things which are undeniable. Okay, so some negative things that could come, or maybe some unintended consequences. Some of those permits or licenses or registrations, whatever, that come from outside of the county require county approval before the state or whoever issues that permit. So now we're in this thing of staring at each other, you go first, no, you go first. And we've had like an example, it was a commercial service, like a hairdresser or something south of town here. I don't know what state department issues licenses for people to do hair work, but they wouldn't issue his license until he got the conditional use permit from the county. So we're in this back and forth situation where maybe that doesn't work out in every scenario. Another consideration is that there is potentially a substantial cost to these applicants when obtaining permits prior to the CUP. Feedlots is the best example of that. You may have a lot of money stuck into engineering, manure management planning, permit fees, all this stuff without any guarantee that the CUP will be approved by the county. So that would be a tough sell to any applicants coming to the county. Further on that is that it's gonna put the county in a tough position. If an applicant has met all the requirements, has all the permits, and the county board feels like that CUP should not be approved, that's gonna be a tough one that, if that appeal comes through.
Adam, I got a
Yeah.
question on that,
Yeah.
because you said that during the last meeting, is if they have everything approved through the state, how could the county deny it?
Well, if there's other considerations out there.
You know, if
that-
they've got all the state permits.
Sure. And I would suspect that in almost all cases that is gonna be the case, right? If everything addressed, that permit would then, you'd feel confident in approving it. But maybe there's other considerations, that those applications don't look at. Maybe it's creation of public nuisance stuff, traffic concerns, who knows what else it could be. But there's other things that, like, MPCA with the NPDS permitting may not look at things like that. The county, that's the CUP process that looks at those other considerations. So if we can't address a traffic congestion or some sort of other local safety concern, and that CUP gets denied, those state permits aren't looking at those considerations. So there's other things in that process.
My question back to you, we've never denied it, I mean, we've put conditions on it at that point,
Right,
Sure.
but
but
just think,
not to deny it at that point. Or am I missing something, guys?
I'm just thinking, Madam Chair, if I may, you know, they go through the process, get all their permits sitting here, and you're sitting here with the applicant, and they've got 60 people behind them saying, I don't want this hog barn in my backyard. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see trucks up and down here. I mean, as human as we are, we might say, well, I wouldn't want that either. And we might just deny it. I mean, you could say, you might deny it on the fact that, again, public nuisance or a public, you know, I get it in our ordinance says you might be the sights and sounds and smells, but you get kind of with the whole issue earlier this year, you get that many people that are against it. And a lot of them, their concerns were smells and sounds and traffic. And let's just say in that situation, they had everything ready to go. We're still having that same conversation about smells and traffic and safety. And technically, I guess a board could deny that on that grounds, even when all the state stuff
I
has
don't
gone
think you
through.
can, because, you know,
You're not supposed to.
you cannot, I don't think you can.
Well, right, I agree,
You can put
but
conditions at that point, but I don't think you've got the right to deny it. I could be wrong, but
I agree.
I would
If
think
you
we would
can,
be litigated at that point.
I think so
Right.
too.
And
I
if-
would
and if it
sure hope,
gets to
I would
that
sure hope the
point-
board wouldn't deny it. I'm just
You
saying,
know,
I would sure hope that we wouldn't put ourselves in that situation.
Location, 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 too.
yeah,
so
okay.
on that, if essentially we're creating performance standards, right? If that's the case, if somebody has met all those criteria in the ordinance, why not just make it a land use permit that they need to obtain rather than going through the public hearing process if it's an automatic approval at that point? Does that make sense? You know, I get, that's the whole purpose of the conditional use, is to take these maybe odds and ends, situational things and apply conditions to them. So,
You know,
again,
For me, it's the complexity of these issues right now that I'm seeing, like, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we had some water things, we've had, I don't know nothing about solar and what the ramifications of that stuff are, I mean, or cannabis, or, you know, wind, if somebody wants to bring in a wind farm, I mean, those complexities that are regulated by DNR or MPCA or EPA or whoever, I mean, that's where I have the problem of making these decisions for these things, because I don't understand the complexity. And if we have experts that can come in and, you know, on our staff that do that, that's fine, but tough for me.
I just had a couple more notes. I don't know to what extent, but there could be economic impacts of this if people choose not to pursue a conditional use permit for a use, being that there may be costs up front that they can't necessarily afford or don't want to afford prior to submitting that conditional use to the county or the application to the county. And further on that, we just talked about a little bit ago, people may choose to just deal with the consequences of their actions and just go ahead and do it in order to avoid any sort of permitting up front.
I
So
don't
is
think
that
the
an
financial
unintended?
implication means anything, to be honest with
Sure.
you, though. Because if
That's
they're
fair.
gonna go forward with it, they're gonna go forward with it. They gotta pay it before they operate anyway. They're planning for it, that's their deal. The financial thing doesn't really, I don't think, pertain to the situation because they need it no matter what. So they gotta pay, they pay a CUP application, or they pay for a DNR permit, or they pay for an DES permit. It's all compiled, it all has to be done before they can operate anyway. So the fact that they don't have enough money now, they won't have it later either because they can't operate
Sure.
yet.
Can I jump on that, Ms.?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. So what we should have had here today is a list of state agencies, okay, that need to be done or could be done without the county board's approval, and just list them, okay? And you're right, Lou, if
Right,
it's an NDS permit, then let's write it down. So
Right, yep.
if they have to get all these things done from the state before the county, let's just write it down. So that should have been done today. I mean, if state permits for cups, give us some options, Adam.
That's gonna be situational depending on what the request is.
Things need different certain permits, cause like MPCA isn't involved really in a wind farm, or not wind, but a solar farm, are they? Or are they?
Yeah,
Who, which agency?
MPCA?
I don't know about that,
I'm just saying, you know, there's gotta be like applicable check boxes, like you said, so this is really making it complicated, but this CUP would require these certain permits, or this CUP would require these certain permits.
And some of that stuff is all statutory.
It's required.
It's in the state statutes.
What did the research in other areas that I?
Sure, yep, and that's
Probably gonna
my
get
next
to that,
thing.
so I'm sorry
So,
for jumping the gun.
I reached out to a couple counties, Stevens County. They do not require permits prior to application, but they require their applicants to know which permits they're gonna need outside of that, to that point, so that on that individual specific request, it's noted in the application what other permits they're going to need to get. So then the county can apply conditions towards getting those permits. The other county I reached out to was Traverse, because that was the one you had spoke with, right? They also currently do not require permits prior to their application, but they're doing the same thing we're doing and investigating that as an option at the moment. So I talked with the two P&Z directors from those two counties. And then in my conversations with Jason, what we can do as an additional measure to make sure that those things get obtained is we're not even required to record the CUP to the property until they can verify that we can verify that those conditions are met. From the time before I was even here, these things have been approved, we sign them, we get them recorded, and then follow up on them. We don't even have to record them. So we can take a county approval, put signatures on that, and then hold that thing and not record it until after all the conditions were met. Regardless of whatever we do forward, that's a good practice. We've already implemented that. We've had a staff meeting, we're gonna just do that. That's good practice. Yeah, those were the notes I had, and so
Madam
I'll.
Chair, if I may with that. So I understand what you're saying and what we're doing for common practice. Is there an opportunity for us as a board to take this as a case-by-case basis? So when the application comes in, we say, we aren't even going to see this until you provide us with this and this. So then we get the water stuff done prior. I mean, because we don't have to do this on every CUP, because there's a lot of CUPs that don't require anything.
Right.
They just go right through the system. But can we just say on a case-by-case basis, okay, we see this, we see you're going to require this, you're going to require this, we're going to require that. You get those first, then we'll work on your CUP.
I can ask that question because I don't know it definitively, but I don't think we could do that because they need to know at the time of application what's going to be required in that application. So
okay.
that needs to be in the ordinance if we're going to require it in the
Right,
application.
I'm just asking questions, so I'm trying to get this covered without
Sure,
making it
yeah.
too hard.
Right. That'd be nice, but
Yeah, I'm just looking at ways that we can say, this one's a no-brainer, it's easy, we can run it right through the system.
Right.
You're gonna get your permits, everything's good, this is an easy one, there's no conflict, but then these ones that are complicated, we can actually address them individually as they are more complicated, more complex, they have a lot more detail, more requirements, all these other things are required. We can't just require them prior, you know, it's just, to me, it's like the information with the water and Dairy Ridge. It's like, it would've been so nice to know that the DNR did their homework and they did the study and says, yes, it is adequate to support it.
Yeah.
Or no, it's not. But now we're making it
Absolutely.
on a whim, making a decision on a whim, not knowing.
Absolutely.
Okay, so,
We shouldn't be talking about it.
Madam Chair?
No.
So Traverse is looking at doing this, right? Okay, so
my
we're not alone in thinking of,
No.
our thought process, we're not alone in thinking about this, you know? And I can't read it, look into a crystal ball, but it seems like there's more regulations on everything than there's ever been. We're gonna have to jump through all these hoops and I just don't see, I think it's gonna become more, personally, I think it becomes more complex every day.
Oh,
Berries
especially
get
ag.
bigger, chicken farms get bigger, turkey farms get bigger. They're gonna be under the scrutinization more and more and more. So at our county level, to not have these things in place just feels, I don't know, maybe I'm not even, it just doesn't feel right to me. Sorry, but I don't wanna talk about feelings, but it doesn't feel right to me.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When you have your applications, can you not have a cover letter on that says in the beginning, you know, their name, what they're doing, and then all the agencies that could apply, and it'd be a check system so that you know? I'm not in your world, I'm just asking this.
Well, right, and that's what Stevens essentially does, is in their application process, they require the applicant to say, when I get this CUP approved, I also have to get all these things.
Yeah, and if the checks aren't checked, then it
Right.
doesn't come to the board.
Right,
is
but
what
they're
I'm saying.
not necessarily obtaining them prior to the application. And I think that that's what this board is looking to get, is approval of all those other permits before the application's even submitted.
Do you think it's
I-
not
that's
fair
what
to
I
do
want,
it
but-
to everybody that applies because it's not doing everybody? When it applies to one, it has to apply to all? Is that your kind of initial
Well,
reaction?
I don't know how we separate those things out. You know, it either has to apply to all, or we're gonna have to spend a bunch of time and effort in looking at all those individual uses that are conditional uses and say, well, if you're gonna apply for this use, you need these permits achieved before, and then this one's gonna be different than this one, you know? So it's dependent upon the approach we wanna take.
And another, can some of this stuff be worked out more so with the Planning and Zoning Commission? Because if they would take more time in reviewing and questioning what's got to happen before they send it to us, you know, because once it's sent to us, then either we gotta send it back or we've only got so many days to work on it, where if they would be a little bit more engaged in finding out some of these answers, I think it would help us all in the long run.
And I don't disagree with that. But that still, I gotta think about this. That still wouldn't mean that the permits necessarily are applied for at the time that it comes to this board, though. But maybe we're
But
looking in
maybe
a
they
slightly
could
different
ask
direction
the
now.
questions at that
Sure.
board.
Well, exactly, and if they.
You know, what they actually should have and what they do need to move this forward. And if they would do it at that level, then
Yeah,
it doesn't get to our
sure.
level yet.
Yeah, it's hard not to speak about specific scenarios, but,
And we can't, you know.
right, exactly. That's why it's hard for me to come
Yeah.
up with an example here without a specific or a real-life
Yeah.
scenario.
Here's my other thought is someone else is thinking about it, we're thinking about it. There's
Yeah.
probably others that are thinking about it. I would love to, I'm gonna task you with saying, okay, let's get the best user group together, bounce ideas off each other so that if we do something, it's bulletproof.
Yeah.
You know
Sure.
what I mean? Like, you know, I know you started this now with Traverse and Swift County, but I mean, I'm just thinking that because we're not alone in this thought process, that if we had, you know, cross-functional county teams that would maybe do best practice, we come up with something that's fairly, you know, easy, but not crazy, you know, complicated, and because we're not gonna solve it today, but we're gonna,
No, we're not, yeah.
but, you know, networking and having some more discussion and, you know, even if you have to have a commissioner involved, let me know. I'm
Sure.
in.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Madam Chair, my thing is I have not heard, probably in the last 4 years, the word stormwater management plan than I did in prior years as a commissioner, okay? So it also depends on I think the members of the planning commission, but it also comes back, there is some requirements on a stormwater management plan. Okay, who follows up on them? Okay? That's the question. That's kind of like a state permit.
It is.
Okay?
Oh, it is.
And
It is.
it costs more money. It costs more money to do because you have to have an engineer to design it. So
Well, not an
it's,
engineer, but
well,
I'm certified to
yeah.
design them, so
Yeah.
you don't have to be
it's
an
part of
engineer.
that.
Yeah,
Okay?
right.
You know,
But, yeah, it is. It's an added expense. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So,
But if they need it, they need it, one way or another.
but who implements it? Is that our responsibility as
It's
commissioners?
It's the state, right?
It's
Should be the state.
It's hard to find a category to put, whatever the size of the project, whatever, when that kicks in, or
More
whatever.
than an acre.
I would say if it's a square footage thing or an acres thing or something, or how does that work before we start holding a whole different set of rules, I should say whole different, but a different set of rules for the magnitude of the project. And I don't know if it's a size thing or how that all works, but like I said, Bob's right, we're not gonna solve it today, but to figure it out, and maybe we should just, I don't know, get more counties involved and try to get more of a uniform system across across the state, but across more surrounding counties. But I don't want to take what they're doing, but if we can implement what works here and there, don't really need to invent the wheel or reinvent the wheel. But I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I agree with to the point that we have to. It'd be nice to see a lot of the permits in place prior to this. But where does that start and where does the other one stop at? Where we know, obviously, if we got someone just changing whatever, rezoning of land, that's pretty cut and dry, if the facts are there. I mean, we don't need all this other stuff, but I don't know. It's a tricky one to navigate around.
And we have this conversation over, usually there's just it's a unique situation.
Right.
That this comes up, but we don't want to see that situation happen
No,
again.
absolutely not. No. Just doing preventative maintenance.
Try to
here.
prevent the problems is what that's the way I look at it. But maybe there's not an answer. Maybe we just take our lumps from the world the way they come. I don't know.
I think we gotta continue to work on this and continue to watch what the other counties are doing.
I don't think
and do the research,
I think the first draft is gonna probably get it right, but it might just, if we can get something else in there to protect the constituent and protect ourselves a bit more, to make their process easier coming through us, because obviously we don't want to see somebody 3-4 different times, or we don't want to send it back 3-4 different times. We can make something like, against almost 100% pass, rubber stamp kind of a deal, but I don't know, that doesn't make your job any easier, doesn't make our job easier, but how to think about this process, I don't have the solution, because I don't know how to create that category, and how you lump something into that, and a one size fits all doesn't work in planning and zoning.
Okay, isn't there a resource, I know not MCIT, but somebody that we
AMC.
AMC would
see
be,
and get to the right person and say, has anybody done this?
and maybe it's something we should have a session on at
That Marcia,
AMC, if other counties are looking at
I know that.
Somebody might already have done this.
Brian.
Somewhere in the state.
Brian,
Why
Brian's
reinvent it too?
environmental.
Huh?
Brian's the environmental guy at AMC.
Yeah,
Marcia Ward, Winona County. See if you can reach out to Winona County. 'Cause
Winona.
I at AMC, I sat with her, and they had a huge issue too, and I'm pretty sure she's another one who said, with the getting permitted by the
Yeah,
state,
I
all the
think-
stuff ahead of time too. So
I think we've just gotta keep researching this and
keep digging.
bring it to another work session.
I've said it like 10 times, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the solar thing's gonna be a pain in the ass.
Yes, it
The what?
is.
The solar thing's gonna be a pain in the ass. If they're giving
Right.
people $1,500 acre to put up solar farms, everybody and their brother is gonna be calling about it, and then when they come to dispose of these things, where are they gonna go? County's gonna be part of the disposal process?
Well, and we know they're coming in from Wadena County already.
Mm-hmm.
We've already been told 2 months ago they will be coming into Todd County.
Right.
Most of
Into
these,
farmland. And
most of these agreements, I've seen them, a guy out here, Steve Bogosnik, had one, and they said, you're responsible for the disposal. These people are getting into stuff they don't know what they're getting into, they're signing legal contracts, and they're gonna come asking the cities and the councils, how do I deal with this stuff?
Madam Chair, if I may, until we get something more concrete, if let's just start here. If we have something that's gonna be quite controversial, would it be a bad idea for Adam to send that to us prior to going to a planning and zoning meeting and then getting our feedback, and Adam could relay our feedback to the planning and zoning board, like the commissioners got this and they were thinking these questions. And that way we get some thoughts to them prior to them. If they approved it, send it to us, and then we have to give our thoughts back. Maybe if it's possibly controversial, give it to us. Okay, well, these are our concerns on it. Let them kind of, whatever, not saying they're gonna make more work, but obviously we see an issue come across in an email, like, oh, well, what are they gonna do with this, and it's good talking points. That way we're not just passing through the board. It's just good talking points anyways. I don't know, is that doable, Adam, or is that?
Yeah, and we send the agendas out for these meetings. The packets are posted on the website if you need to see anything. But even now, like if you have concerns or anything, let me know right away, and we'll get answers to them early in the process.
And so it might just be nice just to have a good board discussion at the Plan Zoning Board about what some members on the county board had in what we're gonna do, how we're gonna handle it, until we get something more, I don't know, concrete figured out with this, but yeah, I think we should keep that line of communication like wide open with you and with the Plan and Zoning and this county board about what we expect on some CUPs and stuff, and what we want to see on some individual ones, because obviously they're in one of our districts eventually here, and it's like, well, it's gonna be in my district, I want to see this. Or just like you guys, last one with the storage facility, we had some people that weren't happy about it, but the county board's response, the ones that have seen it, were just so happy with the way it looked, and it was good to go, kind of a deal. But so we can do a better job of offering our comments and concerns on upcoming existing projects too. And
Okay, we've done with this, and then let's go on to the next topic.
I think he has one more.
Yeah, can I just make one more comment? When I was speaking
Okay,
with
Adam.
Traverse County, that gentleman, his name is Ben Olson, who actually used to be the planning and zoning director here. When he was doing his research, thought there was a county maybe in southwest Minnesota that already was doing this also, and he has not got back to me on who that is yet. So I'll reach out to him again and see if we can get that, and then I'll reach out to Winona County. So maybe by next work session, we can discuss what I learned, at least from those two counties. Is that our next step then? Okay.
Yeah.
Can do. All right. And anything else I learn in the meantime, I'll be sure to share it
Okay.
also.
Yeah.
Okay. That was all I had. Thank you. Okay, ready for the next
Okay,
one?
yes, we are.
Okay, so while I had Jason on the phone talking about this, we were talking about cannabis stuff, and his thought was to establish a moratorium on this cannabis regulation in the meantime, which has to go through that full public hearing, so we'll bring it to the planning commission and stuff like that. But ultimately, it's gonna buy us time to get an ordinance put in place, think about what's important to us, and ultimately, his advice was do it because there's absolutely no downside to doing it. So what I'm here seeking is input from the board and some direction of if that is what the board would like to see. Our planning commission deadline's Monday, so we could get this on the agenda for August. But just want an input from the board and some direction if that's what we think we should do.
Now, Adam, is this on the growing part of it?
All aspects of it.
All aspects, everything?
Dispensaries.
AMC,
Yeah.
Yep.
district meeting.
Retail, growing, and processing.
Yeah, I think I think we've got to pursue it and get it moving on so that because I know in the paper, the Staples World, that the city council in Staples has already been meeting on it to decide what their plans are to proceed, so, yeah.
is that gonna have to, maybe future talks too, just maybe us meeting, have a session with Sheriff Allen too, just going forward about what's gonna be expected, and that way we can relay information to public too down the road. I don't know, because
Do we want to get the cities involved in that as well?
I almost kind of wonder,
We're
yeah.
We're gonna have to
Bring
get
the
a,
cities in and sheriff and police departments in and see what's doable.
Yeah,
we did
That's a good
before.
idea, actually, yeah.
do it all again. and-
Yeah,
Madam Chair,
Adam, this
I do
excuse me.
believe that the cities have been reaching out. They've
They have.
contacted my office several times, different city administrators asking if we have something in place that they can mimic. So I do know.
Okay. But it'd be nice to get there.
Long Prairie
We need to get it all together.
Yeah, because you're not gonna, they have a hemp fest, it's gonna be in the city of Long Prairie or Staples, it's not gonna be out in the country somewhere.
And this is going to planning and zoning first?
Yeah, so to establish a moratorium, I had it here somewhere, there's a statute for interim zoning, so it has to go through that public hearing process and everything in order for the county board to establish it.
Okay.
So that's why, like, it's probably time to get that rolling.
When do we want to get the cities involved in it?
We can do that at any time. If we wanna just
we
have
want-
discussions about it, we can do that, because I think the big thing with the cities is not so much the zoning and the permitting part of it, because we don't have jurisdiction within those cities, but it's the licensing and registration aspect to know, because you can limit the number, right, to 1 per 12,500 citizens, but that's why it's important to have a single registration point, and probably makes sense for the county to hold that. So if Long Prairie has one and Staples has one, well then Clarissa and Eagle Bend may not get one. And it probably makes, maybe getting ahead of myself here, but it probably makes sense to establish that as the maximum that we'll allow, while we learn and grow. And we can always lower that standard later and allow for more retail sites, but to restrict it to what we can restrict it to maybe makes a lot of sense up front.
So what are the steps? It's gotta go through planning and zoning, and then it goes to a public hearing?
No,
Or is a
the
public
planning
hearing?
commission will be the public hearing.
The public, okay, will be so we gotta get that advertised out to the cities. To
To
make sure.
come and attend
for
that if they want to.
They should come and attend.
Sure.
But they want input in before it gets to the commissioners.
Well, and this first part won't necessarily be input into like what should be in the ordinance. This is just the public hearing for establishing the moratorium, so that they can't proceed with any applications or permitting or anything related to cannabis.
right,
And then will come another meeting where we actually get input into ordinance considerations and stuff like that. Not that the city can't be involved.
But that's, I guess that's why I'm
Right.
asking what the steps are.
Sure.
And part of bringing it forward today was just so that it'll be out there that the cities know that we're beginning to act upon it. The
Right.
moratorium kind of gives us a pause. We're calling together a group of key people in the county to kind of come together and decide how we want to move forward. Some counties have gone out and done a survey with all of their cities. Others are looking at doing a different way to get input, because the cities have the decision to decide if they want to defer to the county or set their own ordinances or their own rules. So we
the
want to
cities-
meet together and have a plan for how we're going to reach out to them and gather that data.
Is there a regulation on the cities that they can't be less restrictive than the county though? Or anything like that? Do they have to be the same restriction or more restrictive?
I don't know how that applies
don't
between
think they
city and
even-
county municipalities.
I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
But obviously they're gonna play together. They have to.
I'm just wondering
Yeah,
if there's something
yeah.
like that, cause what we set might be the bar.
Yeah,
Sure.
I know at the last meeting we had it in person or Zoom, because I think
Okay.
some of the cities joined us by
I
Zoom
wouldn't think
meeting.
so.
Okay.
And to your point, with these, anytime it's county-wide type
Yeah.
ordinance, we are required to notify the cities anyway.
Good.
We send notices to the township clerk and chair, and anybody else that we think might be of importance. It goes in all the legal papers, all that stuff. So they'll, even with the moratoriums, they'll get the notice.
Okay,
So they will know of that meeting, and if they wish to attend, they should do that.
very good.
So what I'm hearing is that we should move forward with this aspect of it.
Full building and
Yeah.
tell them to bring a
Yes.
chair and have
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
You think we're gonna have a huge crowd for something like this?
Probably.
I'd say
Okay.
so.
All right.
Well,
It's all it is
There's a
is
lot
a
of people growing
pause.
already
It's
that
not
a
really
public hearing.
would
action.
like to figure out how to do it legally.
you might have a lot of discussion, because a lot of people are waiting
We gotta-
for the county to do something.
Right.
Yeah, and I suspect there's gonna be a lot of confusion about what we're trying to do at that initial meeting. It's
Yeah.
pretty narrow that we're just establishing, we're not looking for input or thoughts on whether to allow it or not. We're just saying, right now, we're not going to allow it, why we can establish what the rules are gonna be on it.
Right.
So, did everybody get these things in your email?
Yeah.
If not, I'll,
Email,
okay. And then this is the statute, it's huge. Perfect, so if you need copies of stuff, let me know, we'll get them to you.
Did you email them to the clerk file?
I had it, but I.
Oh, I can,
Clerk
yeah,
file,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, but otherwise, what I'm hearing is that we should move forward with this
Yeah.
moratorium
I
aspect.
I think, yeah,
Okay,
because everybody's kind of waiting for us to do something.
sure,
Are.
okay.
And yet proceed with caution, and that's what we're hearing from AM. Yeah. Advice we have, so.
Oh my goodness, I gotta go.
Okay, that's what I had.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't plan for this to be 5 hours usually. Yeah.
I stopped recording.
So,
No, just
have
now.
a good holiday, everyone.
No, we're
Enjoy
still part of the
yourselves.
meeting.
Yeah, stay safe, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.